Good evening. Good evening and welcome to Fate City Hall. We are happy to have you here for our June 1st. Can you believe it's already June? Our June 1st regular council meeting. It is now 6 o'clock, so we will begin. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
All right, what's the next item on the agenda, please?
Next will be invocation given by Fire Chief John Taylor, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and Texas flags.
You would bow your heads, we pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you now so thankful for the freedoms we have to be able to live in a country like this and have all the things that we have. I ask you now in prayer that you look over our city leaders. I pray that they come to you for guidance and wisdom as they make decisions that affect the community that they serve. I pray for all the city employees, first responders, our military. I pray that you keep them safe and also give them wisdom and guidance throughout their daily activities. I just pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. God bless Texas.
Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next is 3A, presentation of proclamation to Cody Chin in honor of service to the City of Fate.
Thank you. Before I read this proclamation, I want to explain why this is coming on June 1st instead of May 11th with the rest of them. I was asked what to do about a proclamation for Ms. Chin, and that's up to the mayor. And originally, I had said no, because I had let my anger and frustration get the best of me. It is not a secret that Ms. Chin and I have a public and private feud, but in my frustration, I made a decision as Andrew, not a decision as the mayor. So I did reach out to Ms. Chin and let her know that that's the reason why it happened, as well as our wonderful city secretary, Ms. Vicky, who, when I did ask to go ahead and put it on the agenda, thinking I was still in time before the deadline, Ms. Vicky did let me know that put her in an awkward position because she would have to violate the city ordinance that we had passed to meet the noon deadline. So put myself in it, but I would like to make that right tonight. And so here's a proclamation to Councilwoman Chin. Whereas we gather today to recognize and extend our appreciation to Cody Chin for her dedicated service to the residents of the City of Fate, and whereas Cody Chin faithfully served on the Fate City Council, demonstrating thoughtful leadership and a strong commitment to the responsible governance of the community, and whereas in addition to her service on the City Council, Cody Chin served on the Charter Review Commission, helping examine and evaluate proposed updates to the City Charter to strengthen the city's governing framework. And whereas the City Council wishes to acknowledge with gratitude Cody Chin's time, effort, and commitment to strengthening the community and enhancing the quality of life for its residents. Now, therefore, I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the 2nd day of June, 2026, as Cody Chin Day in the City of Fate, and encourage all citizens to thank Cody for her dedicated service to our community and wish her the very best in her future endeavors. Thank you. All right, next agenda item, please.
Next is 3B, National Boys and Girls Club Week Proclamation.
Whereas the young people of Fate, Texas are tomorrow's leaders, and whereas many young people need professional youth services to help them achieve their full potential, and whereas there are 3 boys and girls clubs within 25 miles of Fate, Texas that serve more than 800 young people annually, and whereas boys and girls clubs instill young people with the self-confidence to believe they can succeed at anything they put their mind to and stand at the forefront of efforts in the areas of academic success, healthy lifestyles, good character, and citizenship, and whereas boys and girls clubs in Northeast Texas help ensure young people have a safe, supportive place to spend time and will provide them with quality youth development programs. And whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs of Northeast Texas will celebrate National Boys and Girls Club Week with approximately 5,000 clubs and over 2 million more children and teens nationwide. Now, therefore, I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of June 22nd, 2026 through June 26th, 2026 as National Boys and Girls Club Week in the City of Fate, Texas, and encourage all citizens to join me in recognizing and commending Boys and Girls Clubs in Texas for providing the young people of our communities with comprehensive and effective youth development services. Now, who do I have here that's collecting? Okay, yes, come up, please. Thank you. All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next is 3C, Nuclear Family Month Proclamation.
Whereas from the dawn of creation, God ordained the nuclear family, one husband, one wife, and their children, whether biological, adopted, or fostered, as the fundamental building block of a healthy and flourishing society. And whereas studies and lived experience continually demonstrate that strong families led by devoted husbands and wives, mothers and fathers, contribute to the emotional, moral, educational, and spiritual development of children and the long-term stability of communities. And whereas many residents of Fate believe that the traditional family structure reflects enduring cultural values and deeply held Christian convictions that have helped strengthen communities throughout Texas and the United States. And whereas churches, ministries, pastors, and faith-based organizations throughout Fate continue to provide guidance, mentorship, charity, and support to families seeking to build strong homes grounded in faith, responsibility, and love. And whereas the City of Fate recognizes that strong marriages, stable homes, and engaged parents contribute to safer neighborhoods, educational success, economic stability, and the overall well-being of the community. And whereas, as one of the fastest growing communities in Texas, Fate seeks to preserve the family-oriented values and strong sense of Christian community that continue to attract families seeking a safe and welcoming place to live, worship, and raise children. And now, therefore, I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of June as Nuclear Family Month in the City of Fate, Texas, and encourage all citizens to reflect on the importance of the God-ordained nuclear family structure and continue working to strengthen and protect the traditional values of our city, county, state, and country. I know we have some members of Moms for Liberty and Sanctity of Life, so if you guys want to come down to receive this proclamation, but I'd like to also extend this invitation to anybody here who would like to stand with this proclamation to please come down and we can take a picture, all of us. Thank you.
Actually, can I get everybody to stand ahead of the podium in this area here? Yes, please. Mayor?
Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next agenda item is public comment, and I have a question, Mayor, as chair of the meeting. I have a few members of the public that have signed up to speak during the discussion portion of the subject agenda item rather than the public comment portion. And so will you be hearing all comments during the public comment portion of the meeting, or will you entertain public comment during the subject agenda item?
Jennifer, any reason we can't entertain conversation during the action items?
So I believe the rules allow it, and it's the discretion of the chair.
It does, yes.
Then absolutely, we can
Okay,
entertain
so if
those.
they chose to do that, okay.
During the action item, you're saying?
During
okay.
the actual discussion of the agenda item?
Okay, perfect, yeah.
Yes.
That sounds
Okay.
good.
And just to be clear, it's not a back and forth. It's just
Right.
a statement essentially during that time.
Right, the 3-minute rule still applies, all of the rules still apply. It's just, those comments would be heard during that subject agenda item rather than during this portion of the meeting.
And it would be before the council starts discussing?
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
Perfect.
Mayor, what if we had questions for, like, subject matter that they have information about, like some of the Charter Commission members? Is that allowed to have back and forth?
If we invite somebody, if it's not public comment, if it's just somebody wanting to speak on it for a clarification point, are they allowed to speak on it?
So this is not a public hearing, and so the back and forth, that's what Vicky meant by all rules still apply. They come and
Okay.
speak, and it's not a public hearing, a back and forth type thing. Do you
I
agree?
guess just to be more specific, if we have questions from members of the Charter Commission regarding charter items, are we allowed to ask back and forth about intent on things? Like Charter Commission members.
Right, I understand the question. I think what you will hear is that when we get to that item, though what happened to the Charter Review Commission is somewhat relevant, it is not in any way determinative. So I think, the rules I don't think allow the back and forth.
The rules say public comment should be directed towards the council as a body and not individual members or employees, is what the public meeting procedures say. So I don't know that that's exactly germane to what you're asking.
Right. So, I mean, I guess you could, as long as they stay within their 3 minutes, I guess you could ask them a couple of questions. But I think what you'll hear is that it's not, well, we'll get to that point.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay, so first, for this portion of the meeting, we have Mark Harper, address 401 Atlee Drive, wishes to speak on the agenda item proclamation.
Good evening.
Welcome, Mr. Harper.
Mark Harper, 401 Atlee Drive, Fate, Texas. I want to start by saying that I share the goal of strong, stable families. Healthy families generally do make stronger communities, and I think that everyone in this room agrees on that. But I'm here tonight to respectfully oppose the proclamation for the several important reasons, including serious First Amendment concerns. The Establishment Clause is not optional for city governments. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution contains 2 religious clauses. The Free Exercise Clause protects every resident's right to practice their faith, but the Establishment Clause prohibits government at any level, including the city governments, from officially endorsing or promoting religion. This proclamation does exactly that. It declares on official City of Fate letterhead bearing the city seal and the mayor's signature that the nuclear family is God-ordained and rooted in Christian convictions. That is not a proclamation of community values. That is the city government taking an official theological position. The Supreme Court has been clear through the decades on Establishment Clause jurisprudence that government may not align itself with a particular religious viewpoint. This proclamation does that plainly and in writing. This exposes fake taxpayers to real legal risk. Government proclamations that explicitly favor one religion over others can attract Establishment Clause challenges. That means potential litigation costs to come out of the taxpayer dollars, our dollars. The Free Exercise Clause cuts both ways. Supporters of the proclamation may argue they are simply expressing their Christian belief, and they have every right to do that as private citizens. But the moment the city government adopts that expression as an official proclamation, it stops being free exercise and becomes establishment. The First Amendment protects the faith of every faith resident precisely by keeping the government out of the business of picking religious winners and losers. The proclamation picks a winner. Beyond the Constitution excludes real faith families. Faith is one of the fastest growing cities in Texas. This growth means we are an increasingly diverse community. Hindu families, Muslim families, Jewish families, secular families, and single parents, grandparents raising children, all of them live here. All of them pay taxes here. The proclamation on the city stationery tells them their family structure is not the only one their government recognizes or values. Is the only one their government recognizes or values. That is a message no city government should be sending. I'd ask the council to simply question, what does the proclamation actually do for faith families? It funds nothing, builds nothing, supports no programs. What does it do? What it does do is expose the city to legal litigation. A portion of your residents are put on a religious declaration on an official government document, which the First Amendment explicitly forbids. If the council wants to support families, I welcome that conversation. Fund mental health resources, invest in parks and schools. Those are things that strengthen families and faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Okay, next we have Karen Kaiser, address 1093 North Churchill Drive.
Welcome, Ms. Kaiser.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Karen Kaiser, 1093 North Churchill. I came to speak on 6B, not about the content per se. Certainly, Mayor, you have every right to have a presentation, but I'm a bit of a TOMA nerd, and as I read the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code, Chapter 551, posted agendas need to give quite a bit of specificity in each agenda item, such that a member of the public reads this agenda. I can remember some of you running on the issue that, oh, our agendas were so unintelligible. I never had trouble reading them, but I had trouble reading this one. I have no clue what item 6B involves. And in Karen Kaiser's opinion, without explicit details of what is even intended to possibly be voted on or even discussed. You can't even discuss if there is no specificity given. And I thought it was vague and convoluted and confusing as all get out. I realize that TOMA doesn't require packet supplements, but Lord, they sure are nice. It wouldn't have cured the deficiency in the, I'm no Jennifer, but I do intend to report it. You are going to present about review of the charter, review of commission discussions, public records, meeting minutes, agenda, reports, and prior city council actions, and even appropriate constitutional provisions. Which ones? We need a section, a chapter number, a date of the minute. There is no one except for you, sir, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, that could read this and know what under God's green earth you intend to discuss. I think to comply with TOMA, the item had to identify what section of the charter, what date of what public record document, meeting minutes from what meeting, a date, even a timestamp, something. But as it reads, just to back up, I wish you would, when you get these presentations, would share with the public packet documents so that we could show up informed. That would still not cure the defect of the agenda item itself. I defy anyone to read that and have a foggy clue what you're talking about. And as such, I think 6B just fails the specificity requirement of TOMA rather completely. And as I read it, you cannot, what did you say you might do? You cannot discuss, consider, or take any necessary action as it's written.
Thank you,
in my
Mrs.
opinion.
Kaiser.
Thanks.
Next, we have Joanne Yacht, address 808 Horton Street.
Welcome, Ms. Yacht.
Thank you. 808 Horton Street, Fate. School is out, however, I hope our DPS will address traffic problems next year. I live at Wood Creek Express, and traffic issues were not addressed at Bobby Summers School. People picking up kids continue to park on CD Boren, when there is plenty of room in the lineup on the school property. 2 signs posted with paper instructions not to pick up kids were torn and never replaced. Please place big permanent no pickup signs, speed limit flashing lights at both schools on CD Boren, issuing warnings and tickets for offenders. As for the school board, they have a watering system in place that floods CD Boren every night with poorly kept lawns and poor landscaping service. About 4 months ago, a distraught lady spoke on public comments about an accident at Fresh where injuries were sustained, her husband hospitalized, and their vehicle needed replacement. The driver who caused the accident had an open intoxicant in his car, and he admitted to drinking alcohol when the police arrived. Per this lady, that driver received a $100 fine with no mention of alcohol being involved at the court proceedings. No breathalyzer was administered at the scene, and the driver was not arrested. It was learned that Fate Police Department does not have a breathalyzer at the station and no breathalyzers in the car. I would like to know what is being done to purchase these items. And there must be grants. Maybe there's a private citizen that would be interested, or do we need a bake sale? Lastly, I'd like to address the lack of decorum in the gallery at recent meetings, the extreme rudeness of former council members, and how foul language and screaming during public comment should not be tolerated. According to AI, individuals who exhibit these behaviors are disruptive and belligerent in their hostile, aggressive attitudes. They look for arguments. They use vocal aggression as a tool to confront people. They refuse to follow basic rules of public conduct and decorum. In a psychological context, these individuals lack impulse control or severe emotional dysregulation, meaning they struggle to manage emotional responses to frustration, disagreement, or stress. Disturbing the peace, orderly conduct, and contempt are legal terms describing these behaviors. I'd like to know, since the mayor and other council members were the target, I have to ask, where have you been, Mr. Kovacs? And where has our city lawyer been to deal with these occurrences?
Thank you.
Also, where have the police been involved?
Thank you, Mrs. Yacht.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nikki Robinson, 406 Phillips Court.
Welcome, Mrs. Robinson.
Thank you, Miss Robinson.
Oh, Miss Robinson.
It's all right, it's all good. So just to let you know first, I'm not yelling or being disrespectful. I'm just very, very loud. It can be, half the room could probably tell you that. So just wanted to clarify that before, because I don't even need this. So I normally would shoot from the hip. I wanted to write this stuff down so I could stay on topic. So just bear with me while I read this so I can stay in your 3-minute rule and so I can get my point across, sir. My name is Nikki Robinson. I live at 406 Phillips Court, and I'm here tonight as a proud resident of Fate, and most importantly, as a single parent. Tonight, this council has chosen to officially recognize only the nuclear family, and I'm here to tell you that why that narrow definition is not only inappropriate, why it hurts our community, and why it ignores the reality of so many households, not only in Texas and our city, you said it, Mayor, the United States. For years, I have raised my son in this community on my own. It has not always been easy, but it has been incredibly rewarding. Today, my son is thriving at the University of Texas as a government major, which I'm very proud of. He is successful, focused, deeply invested in his future in civic leadership. I built, as an only parent, a loving, stable, and highly successful home. When you, as the mayor, explicitly single out the nuclear family for recognition, I'm saying the mayor, he spoke it, he did say it was the entire council, so it's also aimed at whoever it is that agreed with doing this proclamation. You imply that mine and other sacrifices are invisible and that our children are somewhat disadvantaged. The success of my son at a world-class university proves that a family's strength is not defined by its shape, but by the love, dedication, and support within it. How are you and other council members who support this proclamation not aware that the Fate neighborhoods that you are supposed to be representing are filled with thriving single parents, grandparents raising grandchildren, multi-generational households? All of us contribute to the tax base. I would say I probably contribute more than a lot of other people with the amount of stuff that I do here in Fate and the amount I pay for my property taxes on my home. All of us invest in our schools, and all of us are here to make Fate a safe and wonderful place to live. I contributed to this community by serving 2 terms as a council member and on several boards and commissions for Fate. All of the time I was an only parent. My local government should reflect and respect all of the citizens. Proclamation from this podium here should unite us and not divide us. I urge this council that in the future, they should use inclusive, family-neutral language in all future recognitions. Please acknowledge that a thriving family comes in many forms, including the single-parent home that successfully raised a future Texas leader. Thank you for your time. And for those of you who don't know me, just because it was God-driven, I believe in God, even though I drink and cuss a little, so if anybody questions that, I do believe in our God, but I believe that this was inappropriate.
Thank you, Mrs. Robinson.
Next we have Lauren Megacy, address 111 Mustang Drive.
Welcome, Mr. Megacy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Lauren Megacy, 111 Mustang Drive. I'm going to be directing a lot of my comments to you, Mr. Mayor. I was a former mayor. I know what it's like sitting on the other side there. You need to make sure that you take the politics out of that position and do what's right for the city. Not what's right for one part of the dais, but it's right for everybody and everybody that you guys represent. You guys, a couple of weeks ago, just put in your mayor pro tem, deputy mayor pro tem. You guys have a recall coming up in November. You guys have a really good shot at being recalled. 4 of you guys. As the mayor, you should be looking, what happens if we get recalled? What's that going to do to the city? You have appointed Mr. Manaville, who has openly said he doesn't understand what goes on in executive session. Does not give a lot of confidence in somebody that can run the city, because he's number 2 after you. So, when you make decisions, you need to make decisions what's right for the city. Mr. Robbins has been on that council many years, understands the city. If something happens, all 4 of you guys go out, he could step in and help lead the city. If you guys get booted out in November, what's going to happen to the city then? That's going to be a messy situation there. You need to be thinking, get out of the politics. That is not a seat for politics. It's not a Republican seat. it's not a Democrat seat, it's not an independent seat. It is somebody representing, leading the city of fate. And you need to be thinking about that and do what's best for the city, not, well, these two here are going to vote this way, so let's put these two in. Doesn't work that way. You got to be better than that. You cannot be lying on Facebook. We just found out today. Well, you did it out of anger, that you purposely did not do what you should have done for Cody. She served this council. She was elected. She should have had her day. On Facebook, you said, oh no, it was just a clerical error. I didn't get it in on time. Half-truths. Coming from a mayor, you cannot do that. You need to be truthful, you need to be honest, and do what's right for the city of fate. Not for any Republican, Democrat, Independent, what's good for the city of fate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Megacy.
Up next, we have Cindy Rogers, address 1055 Decker Drive.
Welcome, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can see me, but that doesn't matter. Cindy Rogers, 1055 Decker Drive. Hello, I am a Fate resident. For 10 years, I've lived in Fate. I'm a mother, a spouse. I am a member of the queer community, and I am a community chaplain who serves the Rockwall community, Rockwall County community. And I have some comments regarding the proclamation of June as Nuclear Family Month. The language used in the proclamation blatantly crosses the line between separation of church and state. The Establishment Clause prohibits the government from promotion or endorsing religion. City proclamations are to remain neutral and inclusive. By making references to God-ordained nuclear family and Christian convictions, the proclamation attempts to negate the various family structures that make up our community, and you've heard from some of those people today. And it places your specific brand of Christianity and your interpretation of biblical principles above all other spiritual beliefs and non-belief that are present in our community and are valid in our community and with families. And that's truly un-American. By signing this proclamation, Andrew Greenberg, you literally sign your name on the trampling of individual rights as set forth in our Constitution. As a representative of the queer, non-Christian spiritual community here in Fate, I personally condemn this hate-filled proclamation written specifically to otherize and discriminate against many of the residents that you serve. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. I know I am very ashamed.
Thank you, Mrs. Rogers.
Next, we have Brenda Rakita, address 640 Bunker Hill Road.
Welcome, Ms. Rakita.
Brenda from 640 Bunker Hill, Fate, Texas. Mayor and the three council, Mark, Rick, and Martha. Let this statement serve as a formal notice to the citizens of Fate. We are done with the nastiness, the lies, the hatred, the division, the shadiness that you have played your role on this council. We are fully aware of the games being played, the secret recordings, the sneaky dinner parties to convince people of your continuous personal smear campaign against Cody Chen. We will no longer allow you to corrupt our city or waste its potential. The magnifying glass is on you. The community sees the rot you have brought to this town, and we will not rest until we clear it out. Your actions have betrayed the public trust. We are organizing to remove the corruption and restore integrity to Faith. I am also addressing your poorly unprofessional decision to not award the plaque appreciation to Cody Chen until now, as this is unacceptable. I just want you to know, Mayor, no one is buying into what you stated. It was just an overlooked or missed typo. No, sir, you chose not to do the right thing. We know that you're doing because of the shadiness and hatred for Cody Chen. Has proven again and again that you, Mark, Rick, and Martha, and let's not leave out Misty, your campaign manager, are the problem. Cody was never the problem. And for the citizens that believe she was, here's your proof. You've been scammed. Now I'd like to take the time to present for the good citizens of Fate to show the appreciation for Cody Chen for her time on the council, for bettering the city of Fate, and her commitment, time, and her professionalism, honesty, and truth. As we believe this should have been presented to her from the beginning. You deserve it, and we honor you. We love you, Cody, and we thank you. But before I do that, Mayor, I think you should apologize personally to Cody and not through the email, which you did, stating the shadiness and hatred for her. You led to your decision trying not to give her this award in the first place, instead of doing behind closed doors. Why don't you be a man of your word and your religion and do the right thing? Rick, your pathetic scene on election day, chasing residents into the polls.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Rokita.
tearing them.
I'm going to have to cut you off here.
We need to do better.
Thank you.
Martha, I recently read that you were stating that you were of the public, scared of the public going to grocery stores and stuff. I wish you could tell the truth on the day of me getting a petition.
Okay.
My time is not.
Yeah, I gave you about 30 seconds extra, more than others.
I believe
But thank
the
you.
clown
Mr.
show
Rokita,
will
I am going to
end
have to ask
when
you.
the mayor met Rick and Mark and Martha are recalled.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rokita.
And this is your plaque from the people that actually care about you.
Okay, Ms. Vicky.
Okay. Next, we have Cody Chen, address 106, comment.
Welcome, Mrs. Chen.
Hello. Thank you, City Council and the residents of Fate for the proclamation. It's truly an honor to have June 2nd declared Cody Chen Day. I will always be so grateful to the citizens of Fate for this recognition. But let's not sugarcoat reality tonight. This moment feels bittersweet because I lost my seat in a recall election engineered by a power-hungry mayor who's more focused on climbing the political ladder and playing Rockwall County GOP lapdog than he is in honest leadership of our city. Tonight, this council will be discussing secretly recorded phone calls, and I want to address that directly. While we were still friends, Mayor Greenberg secretly recorded private phone conversations involving himself, me, and former Councilman Harper. Those conversations included discussions about sensitive city personnel matters, including concerns surrounding the former DPS chief, who was later terminated. We also discussed allegations raised by current and former members of Fate DPS, one of whom has tragically since passed away. And by the way, shame on you for not caring enough to protect that family, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. But tonight, the public will too. Citizens of Fate, our mayor here, after sending those recordings to the local media in December without permission, he then went a step further and voted to have the city of Fate release those same recordings publicly, fully aware they contain sensitive information that could harm current and former members of Fate DPS and their families. Those words were never meant for public consumption, yet this mayor stabbed his own quote-unquote friend, me, in the back, handed the recordings to an opinion blogger, and tried to bully me into resigning. He was too cowardly to look me in the eye and ask me for my resignation himself, so he sent County Commissioner John Stacy to do his dirty work for him. But unlike some, I don't throw rocks and hide my hands, so I'm here today to tell you what I think in person. Now, because our mayor is facing his own recall and ethics complaints, the same mayor has the nerve to post a Facebook video insinuating he secretly recorded me on a city-issued phone out of a commitment to transparency. Are you kidding? Because nothing screams transparency quite like pretending to be a friend and secretly recording phone calls and then leaking sensitive personnel details, including disabilities, straight to the media. Your reckless actions didn't just hurt me. They put the entire city of Fate at serious risk of lawsuit and threw current police officers and firefighters, the ones still out there protecting us every single day, under the bus. What I will say is this. The residents of Fate deserve better than backroom recordings, political games, and leaders who weaponize private conversations for personal gain. To my supporters who stood by me through this recall, thank you. Your trust meant everything. To the men and women still serving our police, our fire departments, keep fighting for the city. Fate is worth it. To the city staff, y'all are the best in the business. And it was an absolute honor getting to know each and every one of you. I accept this proclamation with pride in what we accomplished together, but I leave you with a challenge. Demand real transparency, not the fake kind that hides behind secret recordings and convenient leaks. Thank you, Fate. I will always be in your corner.
Thank you, Mrs. Chen.
Okay, next we have Courtney Clanton, address 509 Collins Lane.
Welcome, Mrs. Clanton.
Thank you. Hi, Courtney Clanton. I'm 509 Collins Lane. I'm right here in Fate, of course. And I'm here to talk about the Nuclear Family Month proclamation, proclamation that treats many of our families here in Fate as second-class citizens. The proclamation defines the nuclear family as one husband, one wife, and their children, and calls that structure God-ordained and the fundamental building block of society. While I do appreciate this definition includes adopted and foster children, it still tells a large number of our Fate residents that their families are outside of what our city considers ideal or even legitimate. That focus ignores multi-generational households where aging grandparents live with and are supported by their children and grandchildren. It ignores LGBTQ families. It ignores single parents having to do it all, grandparents raising their grandchildren, blended families where the step-parents exist, and even situations where siblings are put in the role of raising their own brothers and sisters. All of these families exist here in Fate. They are my friends. They are my neighbors. They are your neighbors. But they weren't good enough. And even setting religion aside, this definition of nuclear family is not how family is defined. It does not reflect the real range of families actually raising children here in Fate. The city had the opportunity to choose to celebrate and affirm all families. It could have been a very beautiful thing. We could have acknowledged our parks and all the many opportunities for families to enjoy Fate. But no, instead we decided to single out many people. I'll be transparent about myself. I actually fit the definition. That's my husband over there. We're married before God. I'm pregnant. I'm going to have a little one. Fit the definition. That doesn't make this okay. I'm not some standard by which other families in this city should be held. And let's not ignore the date and the timing right now. Across the country, many cities are using June to recognize pride and affirm LGBTQ residents and families. Choosing June for Nuclear Family Month with this narrow and explicitly Christian framing sends a very different message about which families count and which do not. You as individuals have every right to your religious beliefs, but as a public body, the city has a duty to remain neutral and to serve all residents equally, regardless of faith or family composition. So I'm asking you to do two things: to acknowledge that this proclamation is written in time, excludes residents, making them feel that their families are lesser. And second, ensure that future proclamations remain inclusive. They use true neutral language and are reflective of actually the citizens of Fate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clanton.
Next, we have Jessica Prager, address 614 McKee Court.
Welcome, Ms. Prager.
Hello. Jessica Prager, 614 McKee Court. First off, happy Pride. So I am here tonight because I was deeply disappointed by the proclamation declaring June Nuclear Family Month. To be clear, I am a daughter of a single mother. I am a mother of 2 children and a wife to a husband, also from a single mother. So by definition, I am part of what this proclamation describes as a nuclear family. I want to acknowledge that my family and I do not share the same religious or political views as many of our neighbors. Yet we have built a genuine friendships with some of the kindest, most generous, and supportive people who see the world differently than we do. Those relationships have taught me that good character is not defined by political beliefs, religious beliefs, or family structure. It is defined by how we treat one another. I also cannot ignore the timing of this proclamation. June has long been recognized as Pride Month. When our city chooses this month to proclaim Nuclear Family Month and defines family exclusively as one husband, one wife, and their children, many LGBTQ+ residents and families will understandably see that as more than a coincidence. Whether that was the intent or not, the message many people hear is that some families deserve recognition while others do not. I also want to speak directly to the language used in the proclamation itself. It defines a nuclear family as one husband, one wife, and their children, and describes the structure as the fundamental building block of a healthy and flourishing society. While that may reflect one set of beliefs, it is not the lived reality for many families in this community, including same-sex couples, single parents, blended families, and adoptive families. When one definition of family is elevated in this way, especially by a city government, it can unintentionally signal that other families are less complete, less valued, or less worthy of recognition. Words matter, especially when they come from elected leaders. Proclamations are symbolic, but symbols shape how people feel about whether they belong. For LGBTQ+ residents in particular, visibility and inclusion matter deeply, and moments like this can have a real impact on whether people feel seen and respected in their own community. If even a portion of their community hears this proclamation as excluding or diminishing their family, then it's worth reconsidering how we recognize and celebrate families in a way that reflects the full diversity of our city. I'm not asking the council to diminish any family structure. I am simply asking that we avoid elevating one definition of a family in a way that leaves others out, especially in a community made up of many different kinds of families, all of whom contribute to making Fate a strong place to live. While I am not religious, based on the proclamation, Mr. Greenberg, I can see that you are. So in closing, I want to remind you of Galatians 3:28. There is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female, for you are all one. That is the kind of unity and inclusivity I hope our community continues to strive for.
Thank you, Mrs. Prager.
Next, we have Callie Beard, address 202 Headwater Drive.
Welcome, Mrs. Beard.
There have been very few times in my years living here in Fate that I have felt that council is leading us in such a wrong direction to warrant getting up here and making a public comment, but declaring this month to be God-ordained Nuclear Family Month tops the list. As others have mentioned, it is impossible to ignore that this proclamation is being adopted on the very first day of Pride Month. It's a very clear jab at a very real community, and they'll see this proclamation for what it is. It is a statement about which families the City of Fate values and which families they don't value. The Nuclear Family Proclamation doesn't just express support for families, it inappropriately declares that Christianity is the official religion of our city. It states that families with both a mom and a dad are somehow better than families with a single mom, a single dad, 2 moms, 2 dads, or grandparents who have stepped up to be primary caregivers. Every one of us, even you, has friends, family, or neighbors who don't fall into that perfect God-ordained nuclear family category. That doesn't make them any less than, as is clearly the intention with this proclamation. And I know you think you're making a statement and fighting the good conservative fight in a very conservative town, but all you're really doing is fostering division here and just continuing hatred that this community experiences daily in this state in particular. So I firmly reject this Nuclear Family Proclamation. If the City of Fate wants to celebrate families, that's great, and we should do that. But let's not dedicate an entire month to declaring that one type of family is more worthy than all of the others. We all love Fate, and I hope we can agree that Fate will be stronger if every family knows that they are valued and belong here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Beard.
Next, we have Nathan Clark, address 409 Fireberry Drive.
Welcome, Mr. Clark.
Nate Clark, 409 Fireberry Drive. This nuclear family proclamation is nothing more than bigotry. We all see it. We all know exactly what it is. It's propaganda. The nuclear family was totally made up. It's a non-existent thing. You use the City of Fate's official seal to declare a specific Christian theology as government policy, and I've already been advised by lawyers that you've opened yourself up to a First Amendment lawsuit. We have many families in this community. They all matter. Your declaration isn't backed by science. The history doesn't support it. The Constitution doesn't support it. So on behalf of the residents of Fate who believe the city belongs to all of us, I'd like to offer a proclamation for all the families of Fate. So I'm going to read that for you. Whereas from the dawn of human history, families have taken countless forms. Indigenous people of this land raise children in extended kinship networks and tribal communities, and cultures across every corner of our globe have done the same. All of them have loved their children. All of them have built communities. All of them were real families. Whereas studies from across the globe have found that children raised by same-sex parents have outcomes equal or better than those raised by opposite-sex parents. Because what determines outcomes for children is stability, love, and support. And whereas the families of Fate, including single parents, grandparents, grandchildren, blended families, and LGBTQ plus families, all of whom pay taxes, coach Little League, serve on PTA, and make this city what it is. And whereas Fate is one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, that growth belongs to every family in Fate. And whereas no child raised in a home full of love is less legitimate or less deserving of recognition by their city government, and whereas the First Amendment prohibits government from declaring anyone's religion, definition of family over community, and theology over law. Now, therefore, we, the residents of Fate, proclaim June a month of welcome, dignity, and equal recognition for every family. Happy Pride Month. Fate brought y'all here.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Next, we have Lorna Grove, address 204 Northview.
Welcome, Mrs. Grove.
How are y'all? I'm here tonight because there's been a whole lot of stuff going on online and in person, and I just want to say a couple of things. Agenda item 6, mostly. Regarding council members recording, I think we need to ask who, why, and what. Why? Why did certain council members feel the need that they had to record people? If it was because they felt a violation of trust, then like perhaps they were getting told something privately versus publicly, that is a violation of trust. And if you break that trust, who is actually the unethical person in that? The person who broke the trust or the person recording it? That's just me. And regarding the appointment for vacancies, to me, and I've read it, the language seems to be exactly the same now as it was in 2022. And I understand that there was some city charter members or whatever has, their intent was to change it to the next municipal meetings, but that's not what it says. And so since you do not have what they intended in front of you in the charter, then you have to use precedent. And it was precedent prior to put Scott Kelly in from June until May. I believe Alan Robbins was the one that put it on the agenda back in 2022 to go from June till May. And then, I'm not quite sure about that, I pulled up the minutes, but I can't remember, and it was Mayor Billings that seconded it, and it was voted unanimously to appoint him from June until May. I don't know what the difference is now, and I think that opens the city up to lawsuits, because at that point in time, anything that Scott Kelly did after November could be set up for, if he put something in the works, if he did a motion, or if he was a part of the 4-3 majority. I think that would add him or add the city to potential lawsuits. And, I'm sorry, I wrote this in the car. So either the language was incorrect and the city did something incorrect in 2022, then if that's true, then I think that Mr. Robbins and Billings and the entire council, Megacy, whoever, should say, look, we made a mistake. And if they did, okay, fine. But I still think then you have to go on precedent on what was done and when it was done. And the last thing I want to say is I haven't been at the meetings in the last few weeks. I've been watching them online. And it is very hard to not get upset when you see council members, especially during public comments or during the meeting, using their phones. That is disrespectful to the public.
Thank you.
If you can't pay attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Grove. I'm going to have to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay, the rest of the forums that I have, the speakers have elected to be heard during the discussion portion of an agenda item.
Okay. So what's our next agenda item, please?
Now we will move to agenda item 5, which is consent agenda.
Okay, do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I have a question about building permit target. Are we ahead or behind, or how does that look for building permits as far as the financial report goes?
They're a little bit slow. Steve, do you want to give us the kind of the latest? I know this is a report up till March, so we've still got April.
Not off the agenda?
Oh, all right. Sorry, her.
Well, hold on then. Do you want to pull it off the agenda?
I can give you a quick answer. It's slow. Is that all right? It's slow.
All right. My apologies if we were supposed to pull it off. I just had a quick question about that number.
No, we can pull anything off and talk about it. That's the beauty of it. Do you want to pull it off?
Oh, I just had a question about building permit
Then
targets.
let's pull it off. We'll just make sure we're doing it the right way. We'll pull it off. Okay, so let's pull that one off, and then, so do I have a motion on the consent agenda minus what Mr. Robbins has pulled?
Make a motion, we approve consent agenda except for 5B.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. This is to approve the consent agenda minus item 5B, which we'll discuss in just a moment. All right, the motion passes 6-0. Thank you. All right, next agenda item, Ms. Vicky.
Okay, so now we will discuss agenda item 5B, which is consider approval of financial report for March 2026.
Okay.
My apologies again for doing that.
That's all right. We jumped right in. Steve, would you like to come give us the latest? This is a report till March 31st, so we've still got April's. And Steve's going to give us some mixed news, I think, about residential, but commercial too.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are a little slower than we projected. We had projected about 370 for the year. We're about at 140, somewhere around there, maybe plus or minus. But the good news of that is our commercial has accelerated. We've got over 30 commercial projects going now. And if you, just for kind of numbers' sake, if you look at a general fast food restaurant, QSR, like Whataburger or Panda, that equates to about 10 residential single-family permits. So we're actually, financially wise, we're in good shape, but it looks bad because our numbers are about half where we should be, we think. So, but not too bad, really, not as bad.
Do you think we'll hit budget?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
for sure. I think we're going to be good, like I said, with the commercial explosion that we've had this year, I mean, we should be right there.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So now do I have a motion on approving the financial report for March 2026?
We'll make a motion that we approve item 5B, accepting the financial report for March 2026.
Okay, do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, please vote. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. All right, Ms. Vicki, next agenda item, please.
Next, we have agenda item 6A, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding ordinance number O-2026-039, ordering a special election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, for the purpose of determining whether Martha Huffman, council member place 6, shall be removed from office by recall.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance O-2026-039.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, please vote. The motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Next, we have discuss, consider, and take any necessary/possible action regarding a presentation by Mayor Andrew Greenberg concerning city charter provisions related to council vacancies, including review of Charter Review Commission discussions, public records, meeting minutes, agendas, reports, prior city council actions, and applicable constitutional provisions, as well as discussion concerning the intent, interpretation, implementation, and potential clarification of vacancy filling procedures under the city charter. And just as a reminder, we have some citizens that have signed up to speak.
And Mayor, before we get started, I would like to remind the council that I sent you a memo regarding this issue on February 26, 2026. It's a privileged memo, and therefore I would ask the council that we go into executive session to talk about this item at this time.
Okay, any objection to going into executive session to discuss this agenda item? None? Okay, we will adjourn into executive session. Okay, we'll come back into regular session at 7:27 PM.
And Mayor, if I may, just for point of clarity, we went into an executive session under 551.071, consultation with your attorney on a matter in which the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Okay. So here is, let me start by saying one of the reasons why I wanted to put this wordy, Ms. Kaiser, agenda item, very wordy item on the agenda is because I do think that at the end of the day, citizens deserve transparency, even if council gets it wrong. And so the purpose of looking at this with some more detail was to go and outline why it would appear that we might have a difference between a way we're appointing in 2022 versus a way we would appoint a vacancy, appoint a replacement in 2026.
Mayor, I just wanted to remind you before you get in depth into your presentation, and I did not mean to interrupt,
Sure,
though
no.
I did, obviously,
Okay.
interrupt your introduction. I want to remind you, because I know I had forgotten, that Vicki's got a list of public speakers. So I just wanted, I didn't want you to get to the first slide and then me have to
Okay.
interrupt.
Thank you. No, I'm glad you did that. Okay, well, so we should probably do the discussion now then. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Vicki?
Those that signed up to speak for 6B, first being John Stacy, address, I think it's 294 Plum Tree Drive.
That is impressive that you could read my handwriting.
Welcome, Commissioner Stacy.
Mayor and council, I was the chair of the Charter Review Committee. I believe there are 8 of us in the audience today. I counted. I just wanted to clear up a few things that I think could be in the air and things that I've seen online. It was my intention as the chair of the Charter Review Committee to change everything to a municipal election cycle, which is where you see the document that was presented at the meeting that says municipal election. That was not the vote of the Charter Review Committee. So even though that was what I set out to do, and that's what I wanted to do, the chair, as you all know, is just one vote. And I'm just here to do my duty and represent the Charter Review Committee. The main point of our discussion was to ensure that there were no more than one appointed person without an election. I think if you go back and look at the notes and the minutes, that was a major point of what we were trying to get to. And that it was decided to keep everything on a uniform election date. And that is consistent with the report that came out of the Charter Review Committee, and it's also consistent with the report that was given to council. So I just want to clear that up, that I think personally, just me as a person, think that we should try to keep municipals on municipal elections and not on November elections, but I didn't control the vote, and that is why the vote came out the way it did, and that the Charter Review Committee agreed that we were going to try to keep everything on the universal election dates, which would be November and May. So I just want that said for clarity, that was how the commission ended, and to also clarify why you saw the document that Jennifer produced. That was because me being chair, I had the ability to write the attorney and say, hey, can you produce this? Can you produce that? But that is not what, I think everyone did. I shouldn't say that. But I'm saying I did write her and ask her to produce something of the charter language, but the charter language was not moved, which should stay on a uniform effective date, a uniform election date, which would be November and May for all appointments. And the main thing that we wanted to change was to limit the amount of appointees that this body could make without an election of the people of the city of Fate. So there's plenty of us here. I know that that the attorney definitely doesn't want comment, but when it gets to some of these discussions, I would encourage you guys to talk to us. There's a reason that 8 of us showed up, is because we obviously served the city with distinction. I think it was a great committee, and a lot of good talk, a lot of good discussions, and a lot of people that care about this city. So thank y'all, and y'all have a good day.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stacy.
Okay, next citizen is Mark Harper, address 401 Atlee Drive.
Mr. Harper.
Good evening. Mark Harper, 401 Atlee Drive. I've heard a lot of comments about the way we did it in 2022, right or wrong. 2022 is passed. And the citizens spoke in 2025, voted on this change to the charter, and the charter changes should be implemented. Not implementing would be like, okay, I committed a crime in 2026, and I got charged with something that's no longer a crime from 2022. So it's you know, if you're going to look back at what happened before and change the rules today, it's really not very fair, or not even really the way that laws are supposed to work, right? Once the people vote to change it, that's the way it should be. Was there mistakes made? Possibly. But that doesn't mean we should continue to make the mistake going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Next is Autumn Lebinsky, address 114 Vallon Drive.
Welcome, Ms. Lebinsky.
Autumn Lebinsky, 114. Wasn't going to talk, going off the cuff now because this is about charter. I've heard some misconceptions out there. I've done an extensive review of everything that has happened since 2019. In 2019, there was a policy written by either somebody, the current city attorney at that time, not you, or somebody else. The policy was written incorrectly. The policy did say that that person should stay until the unexpired term. That policy directly conflicted with the charter language that was voted in, which says the next available election, not uniform election, available election. Moved to 2022, 2023. At that time, we've had 4 appointments. 3 out of those 4 appointments were made per the charter, not per the policy. There was only 1 appointment, so if we're looking at precedents, 3 of the appointments were made appropriately where the person was appointed and voted in at the next election. There was only that one that didn't happen in 2022. There was a 6-month time frame. If you want to do a writ of mandamus to get all those votes canceled from 5 years ago, have at it. You know, I don't really care. From that point, I am the one during Charter Commission that hounded on this idea of the next available election. Do I like that language? No. Could we put in the language next municipal election? No. Why? Because the Texas Election Code does not recognize the wording municipal election. We could have put in uniform election, but we don't have minutes from the last meeting. We don't have a video from the last meeting. So we have no idea. I can't remember what happened 2 years ago, I'll be honest, or a year ago when we talked about this. It would be nice to have those minutes. It would be nice to have that video, but we don't have that video. I do have to say, I did go back and watch the charter review. I also watched the presentation of the charter review to the city council. That question was extensively asked over and over again. It was clarified. It was clarified by our city attorney. It was clarified by multiple people sitting up there. Now, 3 of you weren't sitting up there. 1 of you was, and you heard it. So the fact that we're still going out and having this conversation about whether it's May or November, the policy needs to follow the charter. Was the policy wrong before? Yeah, it was. I will be the first to admit it because I didn't write it. I had to go search for it, and then I realized it was. So I'm just letting you know, just because a precedence of following the charter was set against policy does not change the fact that a precedent should be set when 1 appointment went awry based on a incorrect policy in addition to not being able to follow the charter language. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lebinsky.
Next is Karen Kaiser, address 1093 North Churchill Drive.
Good evening again, Karen Kaiser, Fate, Texas. It was not the number of the words in the item, it's that there is no specificity in the item. That was my whole point. You need to name a section, state a chapter, which section of the Constitution. It's a big document. The next time you want to present, even if you don't want to slip something in the packet, it needs to be in the words of the item. I'm certain I'm right on that, not to be rude when we have a practicing Texas attorney sitting here, but I was the vice chair of the Charter Amendment Commission in 2025, and what happened in 2022 is not relevant. Who cares? Does it sound like it might not have followed even the charter before this amendment? Maybe, but it's done. There then came the individual was duly elected by the citizens after that. It is absolutely just a non-relevant moot point. But I went back and listened to the charter, the 2 meetings that were available, because I knew appointments were very important to all 9 of us, because fate, for one reason and another, sometimes very valid reasons, like tragically the terminally ill mayor, and other reasons. People, their job gets to be too much. COVID happened. Life happens, and people had to step down, and other people had to be put into place. And often those people would then have an unopposed election. So it was important to everyone up there, and we spoke about it again and again. What can we do to limit appointments, both the quantity of them and the term of them? And it got narrowed down to one. I remember Brandon saying, I could handle one, and I thought that's the number that we were all comfortable with. I think it used to be 2, maybe 3, only one. But the when, and I admit it's cumbersome when we now see it come to real life. It's a lot to ask someone to serve for 5 months, then if they want to keep doing it, run a campaign, get elected in November, serve another 5 months, and then if they really love it, run again in May. That's an onerous task to put on someone, and that is exactly the intent of the 2025 Charter Commission. I was there. The way Chair Stacy phrased it was, because we did toy with it, do we call it a uniform election? Do we call it? I didn't know if it even could happen in a November election. Well, yes, it can. So it was with clear specificity, November and May, and the way Chair Stacy phrased it is, so we want someone to serve appointed no longer than the next election. And I agree that it's difficult, but that was 100%. There's no question about the intent.
Thank you, Ms.
Difficult,
Kaiser.
but that's what's expected.
Thank you.
And I have no others that have signed up for this item.
Okay. So again, that's actually perfect. Thank you, Jennifer, for reminding me. So I'm listening to a lot of these comments discuss the misconceptions that they've heard online. And I think it's very important and relevant to this conversation because there are a lot of questions about this. And so one of the reasons why I wanted to take a couple of weeks and discuss it now was so that we could get to a point where this can't be weaponized by individuals to use and to try and fulfill some sort of plan that doesn't really matter. So now today we have an opportunity. I didn't even realize we would have so many people from the Charter Review Commission come, but hearing that there are a lot of questions is advantageous. What better way for a council to represent the people than to take the questions, take the misconceptions that people are seeing online and discuss them here? And so let me just run through quickly what I observed, questions from individuals in the community, and kind of what I kind of found, or what my opinion became, and how it matches with what our city attorney had said. So the charter specifically says, and this was amended in 2014, that the appointee shall serve until the next available election. That's what the language says. We'll talk about where that word municipal kind of got interjected here in a few moments. If the regular term is not ended by the time of the next available election, the election will be to fill this position for the remainder of the term. Now we jump to 2022. Councilman Christopher Ash resigned, creating a vacancy on the council until his term expired the following May, which would be 2023, 11 months before the next normal election for this position. And that was the position for place 3. So as there had been no relevant amendment to the Constitution, to the charter, between 2014 and this 2022, I would think that based on the language that we've discussed here tonight would have meant that appointment should not have been 11 months. But that was the question. If we're doing a 6-month appointment now, here in 2026, what happened in 2022 that created an 11-month appointment? So during this vacancy, June 6, 2022, the city council meeting, you'll see the action item there. Discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding the city council member place 3 vacancy. And then you'll see number 3, you probably can't see it from where you're sitting. discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding the resolution appointing a replacement to serve as City Council Member, Place 3, until the general election in May 2023. And I put this here just to show, because when I pushed back a little on it and I said, well, maybe, and I think maybe somebody on council brought it up last time that said, well, maybe there was, nobody else ran in November, so maybe that's why there wasn't an election in November. And then it was told to me, no, the actual meeting, the agenda specified May 2023. So I looked at that, I looked at the city documentation that was provided, and it said, in accordance with the city charter, a vacancy on the city council shall be filled within 30 days. After the occurrence of the vacancy, you get down, the agenda item allows for council's consideration of interviewing candidates for city council member, Place 3 vacancy, accepting nominations, and ultimately making an appointment of a qualified citizen to serve as council member, Place 3, until the general election in May 2023. So that's where I think a lot of the community has looked at this and thought, well, wait a minute. If we look and we see the next available election, that would have been November 2022. Why did this specifically say general election in May of 2023? So I started looking and was asking myself, was this a charter violation? Did putting somebody on the council for 11 months violate our city charter? The next available uniform election date in 2022 was the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. That's Texas Election Code 41.001. And that was on November 8th, 2022, not in May. So the question becomes, was this an oversight that led to the charter to a charter violation? And I would respectfully push back on the idea of who cares what happened, because if your city makes a mistake, transparency means we acknowledge it. If we just sweep that under the rug or try to put it in a consent agenda and move on, we're not addressing a way to restore public trust if something happens that would make people question what's going on. There's already an inconsistency element here that we're having to address, so this is the best way to address that. So what about the Charter Commission? Because there's been a lot of talk. I've spoken to some members of it. There was, in fact, a discussion on the January 13th meeting specifically pertaining to the vacancies. These are found in the minutes. You see down at the very bottom, hopefully you can read it out there in the audience, the person appointed to fill the vacancy serves until the next regular municipal election. So now this doesn't mean that this was approved. I want to be very clear. This was not approved, but this was wording that at the time, Ms. Ritchie, our city attorney, did put in there for the Charter Commission to look at. The meeting minutes said that Chairman Stacy made a motion to look at the language and bring it back to the next meeting, and it was a unanimous vote. All right, so let's look at what happened at the next meeting, January 21st. The language, so in black was language that our charter currently said that was unchanged. Red would mean if you see a line through it, they're cutting something out. Or red means this is what we are proposing to change the charter to. You can see there, excuse me, at the kind of the break in the page, or the break in that first red paragraph and then that second section, the person appointed to fill the vacancy serves until the next regular municipal election. Now, to be clear, I don't know what the rule is about if the state recognizes the wording of municipal election. I'm not commenting on that here. That's the first I've heard of this. But it did say municipal election that was added. The meeting minutes don't address and this is the meeting that we've talked about that we don't have access to. This is a meeting that it looks like was because the camera ran too long, the file became corrupted, and so we don't have it on YouTube and we do not have it on our website. But the meeting, the minutes do not discuss a large, robust discussion of the word municipal in that language or not. And you can see here where the motion was made to, at the beginning, change 3.073A to include a 60-day appointment, and in lieu of an appointment, there would be a call of a special election, and keeping as presented. The motion was seconded. Then the discussion was held about intent and procedures. Chairman Stacy withdrew his motion, and then we see that it was later added, and the only real change is after call of special election, it's within 60 days after the vacancy occurs. motion was seconded, and then unanimous approval. Now, let me stop here for a moment. The reason I bring this up is because a lot of well-intentioned people just wanted to know what was discussed at that meeting, and that's totally okay. This is why we normally our videos are recorded, and this is why we like to come back and look at these minutes. Unfortunately, that video is not available. Things happen. Technology isn't always perfect. We probably experience that every day in our own lives. But to still get to the question at hand, we observe that municipal has seen we've seen the word municipal in many of these meeting minutes. Now, the amendment proposition, so here's Proposition F, and this says, just so we're clear, when this says what language made it to the ballot, it says if Proposition F is approved by the voters on May 3rd, it was approved. This was part of the packet of information. The charter will be amended as follows. This is what was given to the council. Now you see, after the underlined portion here, the appointee shall serve until the next available election. So the word municipal is gone there. By the time this report made it from what we know from the Charter Commission to the council, the word municipal was taken out. To be clear, this is the language that was voted on by the council, so this is what the city needs to follow. I think there are two different conversations going on, maybe even on council, maybe even in the community, of what was the intention or what was discussed, or kind of the idea, maybe the theoretical side. Let's philosophize about it. Is it better to do it in a general election or at a municipal election? But then there's the language of the actual charter. And so the appointee shall serve until the next available election would be November. Now, there are good questions that have been asked, and I don't necessarily know all of the answers to, like, did the Charter Commission vote to take that out? The meeting minutes don't reflect that. We don't have the video. We don't know. A lot of different people have a lot of different recollections of that event, and that's okay. Did the City Council reject the word municipal from the Charter Commission recommendations? Again, and I would say to Mr. Hatley, well, and Mr. Robbins, if there was a lot of discussion about municipal being stricken from the Charter Commission recommendations, I don't think that occurred, because the language that made it to council as presented did not include municipal. So there probably wouldn't have been a lot of discussion with that. Or the other question I've had is, did the language simply not make it to the council for approval? Did something happen between what the Charter Commission approved, or what they wanted sent to the council meeting, and what actually made it? All good questions. All good questions. But here is one thing that I did find based on talking to our city attorney, looking at the available data. Did the 2022 City Council violate the city charter by appointing Scott Kelly to an 11-month term because of a vacancy? It does look like yes. It does look like that was a charter violation. It should not have been an 11-month appointment. Did the Charter Commission intend for council vacancies to be filled until the next municipal election? From the available data that the average person could go back and look at, it does look like yes. Notice very clearly, because I don't want my words misconstrued online, it looks like yes. I did not say, nobody can say that I'm declaring that as the intention. It looks like yes. So what happened to the proposed language between the Charter Commission and the presentation to City Council? That's where we don't really know. I will say I had written clearly a communication broke down here. After having discussed this with our city attorney, I'm not willing to say anymore that it's communication clearly broke down. As much as it may be, it was discussed. It was discussed, and it just didn't make it to the minutes, and it didn't make it to not that it didn't make it to the video. We don't have the video to validate, which is totally okay. We're just trying to make sure that we as a city council are making a decision that is in line with our city charter. So where do we go from here? I believe that an appointment can be made until November 2026. I think that's what our charter says. That is what the charter language says. And I know I read some of the comments online. I know what even some of the comments here. There was no intent, Mr. Harper, I'll just say nobody was trying to change anything. In fact, it'd be very hard for me to try and change something, slip it under unnoticed when I'm doing a presentation outlining what the charter says and what the process was. but nobody's trying to pull a fast one on anybody. I think that the language in our charter says you can appoint somebody until November 2026. I would like to find the source of that communication breakdown, or where we have that question as a community, and make sure that we, moving forward, make sure that that's presented. Make sure that something that's that big, I'm hearing a lot of, that was a big deal that the Charter Commission discussed repeatedly, but that's not, that level of discussion is not reflected in the minutes, and again, we don't have a video to point that out. But with that said, I would welcome council to ask some questions or to add some comments in here. But ultimately, the issue was not what the charter says. The charter says next available election, which would be till November. But because there was a lot of discussion in the community and a lot of discussion at the council meeting, last city council meeting that we had, I wanted to make sure that we flesh out everything that was going on to give the public an accurate view of what's happening with this particular agenda item. And with that, I'll open to council for their comments.
Mayor, may I first make a statement, please?
Please, absolutely.
So, there's different kinds of learners. Some people hear what you say, and some people only read what you put in a PowerPoint presentation. So, in two different places, you say there's been a communication breakdown, though you verbally have said now that you don't believe there was one. So I just want to reinforce that idea because, and I appreciate the Charter Review commissioners coming, and I think y'all all had a consistent message with what happened at the Charter Review Commission. But I want to also point out that January 16th, I'd sent a memo to the Charter Review Commission with draft language for charter changes based on our January 13th meeting, and it had municipal election in there. At our January 21st meeting, there was much discussion. None of us can watch the video, but my memory is there was much discussion. A huge amount of time was spent on 3.07, and that language did not make it out. The municipal election did not make it out. I believe Chairman Stacy acknowledged that. And in fact, I sent a revised draft to Chairman Stacy and to Ms. Curry, who was presenting to the council the very next day, and that language was not on there. And so that revised language was based on my understanding of the discussion at the Charter Review Commission. And so I do not believe there was a miscommunication, and I believe the language that's presented to the council accurately reflects what the Charter Review Commission put forward. But ultimately, even if there was communication, which I do not believe there was, ultimately what was presented to the council did not have that language in it. It had next available election, and what the council voted on was next available election, and what was put before the voters was next available election, and that is the language.
Absolutely. Any other comments from council members? Mr. Hatley.
I was just going to make a comment that I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. All we're really trying to do is do our due diligence. Take the extra 2 weeks, figure out what happened, why there was a difference in this. We received several emails. I know the council received an email from our former mayor who was on the 2022 city council, who condemned us for that night for not taking item 6B that said it should have been handled as a consent agenda item and part of routine business, and said we could not postpone it because we were violating the city charter. From what I know, taking time to do something right has never been written in the city charter, something we shouldn't do. It's absolutely something we should do. Probably something that should have been done at the time, but the past is past. We just can learn from it. We can learn from it and move on. The next available election is going to be November. That's when that's going to happen. But I think we need to equally acknowledge mistakes when they're done and just move on. Acknowledge and move on. It's that simple. I don't think anybody up here that I know has ever sit there and said emphatically that the election has to be now moved to May because Scott Kelly did, because Scott Kelly had 11 months. That was an error that was done by a previous council. We're going to learn from it. That's why we took 2 weeks to go look at this, figure out what happened, and tonight, hopefully, we'll vote on it and get moved on.
Thank you, Mr. Hatley. Anyone else? Ms. Huffman? Sorry, sometimes I can't see the green around your microphone because of that computer monitor.
So it sounds like there was essentially an anomaly that was recognized in 2022. And I appreciate the effort everybody took to clarify what the intention was and what the Charter Committee did. It's appreciated all your support for what you intended to have put in there. And it is, as written, the documented, I like to use the word evidence and testimony, but that's just my background. It all supports the way it's written now for next available election.
Mr. Manival.
I wanted to make sure that it was clear. One issue that was brought up is that things that Scott voted on between November 22 and May of 23 could be invalidated. And I have learned something that maybe Jennifer could repeat for us, because it's not a city ordinance. Apparently, it's a state law about a 3-year validation.
Right,
for any
so
action.
there's a 3-year validation statute, and that would only be even applicable if his one vote mattered. And the council, at least in the recent past, had rarely had one vote matter votes.
Mr. Robbins.
Since I've been on council, we've had 8 resignations, and the 2020 with Mr. Kelly was the only outlier of that. And I believe Katura Curry had something to clarify as far as the communication went on this as well. She was on the Charter Commission and gave the presentation to council if she wants to.
Only if allowed.
No, you're allowed. We can't ask you questions, but you can name an address.
Welcome.
Katura Curry, 128 Carrington Drive. I presented the Charter Commission results to the council. And one of the things I recall is Jennifer made the notes that you reviewed that used the terminology municipal. We went on to discuss those further. She clarified before we left those meetings that she needed to take those notes back, compare them to state law, make sure that everything that we were stating could be defended by state law, make sure that no wording could be misconstrued. So the precise language that she presented in that document was subject to change based on what was allowable. So then we reviewed the final document, which had then been, she had then gone back and looked over very carefully to make sure we were legally proceeding properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, yes, please, Ms. Raines.
I just wanted to, take a minute to acknowledge, we've heard from several members of the Charter Commission, and I feel like they clarified some of the confusion that some of the public may have experienced on some of the quote-unquote miscommunication. I think it's unfortunate that we did have the technical issue with that meeting, that recording, because it seems like many of these questions could have been answered if we'd had that. So I hope that it clarifies, but I think that we're all on the same page, that November 26th is the true intention of the charter.
Well, I think we'll find out in just a minute. See, government can be fun. We're about to, well, I guess we're not. Well, council, without objection, would you permit agenda items 6D and 6E before we move on to 6C, since that is related to this agenda item? I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to take a look.
And Mayor, you can, you certainly can ask permission of the council, but you can reorder the agenda as the presiding officer on your own motion, but that doesn't keep you from trying to be collaborative. But I just wanted to point that out.
Well, I've been called a tyrant before, so let the record show that I ask my colleagues what they would like.
6D and E?
Yes. Okay, since there's no objection, we'll move on from item 6B. Ms. Vicky, please, what's next?
Okay, it sounds like we're moving to agenda item 6D, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding approving amendments to the section of the city's appointment policy regarding filling of a vacancy of a council member to match the City of Fate Home Rule Charter. And I do have some members of the public that have signed up to speak during this portion.
Okay.
Would you like me to proceed?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
One being John Stacy.
No, I'm good. I just put the wrong item.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Stacy.
And that was it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so do I have is there any discussion on this before we entertain a motion? I think we kind of have discussed this. So you know what, let's do it this way. Do I have a motion on agenda item 6D?
Make a motion that we approve item 6D, amending the vacancy of the council member to match the City of Fate Home Rule Charter.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Have a motion and a second. Any future discussion? No, seeing none, please vote. The motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Okay, next agenda item, please.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Agenda item 6E, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding whether to fill the vacant council member place 1 position by appointment or leave the position vacant until the November 2026 election. And I do have one person that has signed up to speak on this item as well.
Okay.
And that being Antonia Messina Gates, address 122 Sleepy Hollow Drive.
Welcome, Ms. Gates.
Thank you. Antonia Messina Gates, 122 Sleepy Hollow Drive, Fate, Texas. First of all, I congratulate the 2 new council members on the recent elections. I believe that the vacant place 1 seat needs to be filled. The residents of Fate deserve a full staff on the city council. To leave us 1 place short, I don't think is fair to all the residents here. There's a lot of important stuff for you to discuss. My proposal, what I would like you to consider, is choosing either Lorna Groves or Melinda McCarthy. Each of them received hundreds of votes election last month. They've already been vetted by a lot of the people who voted for them. I voted for both of them. So I would ask you to please consider appointing either Lorna Groves or Melinda McCarthy to serve out the remaining, I guess it's just to November now, not till May. And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. To be clear, this agenda item does not put somebody in the position. This just decides if we are going to open the appointment process or leave the council position vacant until November.
That is correct.
Okay, any discussion on this item?
What date do we have to call an election for if we appoint somebody?
So the charter requires the council to act within 60 days. Your action is either appointing or calling, and of course, as we've just discussed, even if you appoint, you need to call. And so you have to take one of those actions for sure, 60 days from the vacancy. And as far as the last day to call the election, Vicki would know better than, I haven't looked at the election calendar recently, but.
Honestly, I haven't.
Yeah.
It's usually generally around between mid-August for a November ballot.
And we can certainly get you all a more definitive answer prior to the next meeting. I just have not looked at the election calendar this year.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Raines?
I did have a comment. While I respect the opinion of the importance of a full council, we are talking about a handful of months, and the current environment of our council is fairly divided, and I think that our public knows that, and it would be very difficult to find an appointee that would not further divide and add more conflict potentially, and that would be my primary concern.
Okay, other comments? Mr. Robbins?
Well, I do see that. I also feel, a full council is good. And I've always, with appointments, I've always picked somebody who, one, has experience, especially as we're going to this budget cycle. We're already well into it with the votes coming up on the budget in late July and August. Is that correct?
We're going to start policy discussions in the June meeting, actually.
So the up ramp on that is extremely steep for someone who has not been involved. It's extremely steep for Ms. Raines and anyone else who gets on council in May. We're already well underway there. I don't mind an appointment. I don't mind not having an appointment. We don't have to appoint anybody, but we could also appoint somebody. And we could also take applications and come to an impasse where we don't have a consensus and we don't appoint anybody after even we take applications. So I was just letting the public know what the various options could be going forward, yeah. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Any other comments or any other general thoughts? Okay, do I have a motion on leaving or appointing to fill the position or leaving the position vacant?
I'd like to make a motion that we actually fill the vacant position for place 1 by appointment.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second that motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. The motion passes 5-1 with Councilwoman Raines voting no. All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Okay, we will go back to agenda item. Sorry. 6C, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding a presentation of select excerpts from audio recordings between Mayor Greenberg and former council member Cody Chen, previously reviewed for disclosure under the Texas Public Information Act, including council discussion concerning governmental transparency, public access to information, confidentiality standards, and whether any information contained in the released excerpts should have been withheld from public disclosure under applicable law. And I do have one person that signed up to speak for this
Mayor,
item.
before we take the speaker, I would ask that we go into executive session pursuant to Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Any objection to going into executive session? All right, we'll go into executive session. We did adjourn executive session at 9:13 PM. We're coming back into regular session at 9:28. So Ms. Vicky, what's our agenda, please?
And Mayor, just to clarify, no action was taken in
Correct, no
executive
action.
session.
That's correct.
Okay, so we are still on agenda item 6C, which I've read aloud previously. Do you want me to read it again? No, okay.
No, that's fine.
And we do have one person that signed up to speak.
Okay, let's hold that just for a moment. So, I appreciate everybody being here. Obviously, we're into the 9 o'clock hour, and we still have more to do. So we had a very spirited discussion in executive session. And at this time, I would like to say that council, without objection, under the advice of our city attorney, I would like to table this item to potentially a future meeting, but just at this time, table it. Do I have an objection to that? Okay. Then we will consider this item tabled. Now, Ms. Vicky, does the individual who was set to speak tonight, how do we address it? Since we're not doing the item, they just wouldn't speak at this point?
I think it would be the speaker's choice, but I see him, he doesn't want to speak.
Okay. Is it?
Am I
is it
interpreting
Mr.
that
Harper?
correctly?
Okay, okay. So you're okay not speaking on that agenda item? Okay. Okay. Again, thank you. I know it's sometimes tedious for individuals to sit there, no telling what we're discussing for potentially hours. It feels like hours sometimes, but we will come back and address this at a later time. Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next is agenda item 7, mayor, council, and city manager reports.
All right, Ms. Raines.
Okay, I just wanted to thank everyone that attended the Carry the Load event on Memorial Day weekend. It was a pleasure honoring our fallen, and we saw quite a few members of our community throughout the county, so that was a great event. Was disappointed to see that Go Texan Day was postponed due to potential weather concerns. We were looking forward to that, but we will be out of town that weekend, so I hope everybody else gets to enjoy it and has a good weekend. And then I really want to thank the public for their patience while we work through the dynamic of council and focus on operating in the best interest of our citizens. Still, the greatest appreciation to our city staff for serving our city faithfully, even through the tumultuous times.
Mr. Robbins.
School's out, kids are out running around late at night. Be careful when you're driving down the streets. Our speed limits are 30 or lower in the city of Fate. Remember that. I always typically drive slower than that just because the kids on their bikes are kids kicking soccer balls. They get out there and got to watch out for them. I'd like to thank city staff and our city attorney's office for helping us navigate all this stuff we got going through right now. Thank you to the public that showed up tonight and spoke on different things and helped us. And we got some stuff done tonight. I do want to say that I do want to honor single parents with kids who may not have chosen to be a single parent. So I think that they deserve a lot of credit and a lot of honor as well on this. And Go Texans Day is coming up, and downtown area is hopping most nights. It's amazing to see everybody out there. Shop local, keep it local, spend your money local. Thank you.
Mr. Manival.
All right, I think it's always we should always thank the staff, so I appreciate you. And I think the rest of them have left, but I don't blame them for leaving at this hour. So I was just going to mention an event that I thought was worthwhile. It was the Saturday before last, and I would encourage people to go look at this. The Rockwall dedicated and unveiled a Ten Commandments monument at the old City Hall, or the old courthouse. And I know that sometimes that can be a topic for debate, but it's a huge monument, and it honors our original, origin of our laws. And So it's worth checking out, going by to see. So thank you.
I wanted to thank everybody who participated and carried the load. It was wonderful to get to go do that again. 3 years ago, my doctor wouldn't let me do it, and my wife wouldn't let me cheat and get around it and do it. But I want to thank everybody. It was a wonderful event. Everybody participated. But also did want to thank the city staff, and I hope everybody had a really good weekend. So it was too short for me, but.
Ms. Huffman.
I know we highlighted the nuclear family for this month, but I support all family structures that provide loving and safe households. I want to thank all the speakers who came out tonight. I also went to Carry the Load, and it really is fun. I encourage people to consider it for Memorial Day. Thank you to the staff, and I'm particularly Jennifer tonight. Appreciate all that you do. And I also want to congratulate my daughter. She graduated with her master's. So. She might be watching right now, actually.
Master's in what?
In accountancy.
Yeah, I had something.
Mr. Manival.
I always think about this after we've started the council reports, but I was wondering if we could maybe rotate the person who starts every meeting, because I've thought it's kind of unfair for the person at the very end to always have to be the one to go first, and then the one at the end who ends up having to somehow make the things that 6 other people said sound interesting again. So it was just a thought. I don't know that it's probably not in the charter, I hope. But
Yeah. How do you think I feel when it gets back to me?
So would you mind next week if we start with you?
Keep you guys on your toes. That's what I'll do from now on.
He runs the meeting, yes. He runs the meeting. He may just leave it as it is.
That's right. Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Manival. So Mayor Report, obviously, thank you everyone for coming out to register your thoughts and opinions and ideas on either side of a given issue. That's always good to see a nice full chamber. It definitely makes things more fun. I would encourage just seeing that level of involvement now, that level of involvement does not have to decrease just because an agenda item or two don't necessarily look super fun or even controversial. You can absolutely be involved with all aspects of city government as we move forward. Mr. Kovacs.
Yes, sir. Congratulations to Chief Taylor, who's gone home, but we cut loose all the department heads for fire chief, the new fire chief. And then just a reminder, Wednesday we have a special meeting here, 6 o'clock. We'll be back. And then note for budget. I know we made an allusion to budget earlier in the meeting. So here's some dates for budget. June 22nd is it's the workshop. And then we have a special meeting on August 10th. And then the regular meeting on the August 17th. Those are the big 3 budget meetings coming up. So June 22nd, and then 8/10 and 8/17. That's it, sir.
All right, thank you. And one more note, the board openings and commission openings have started in Fate. The application process, I should say, for planning and zoning, for the MDD Board Municipal Development District, for Parks and Rec, and yes, the Zoning Board of Adjustments. So please fill out the application. With that application is online, right, Ms. Vicki?
Yes, that is correct.
That's what I thought. And the deadline to apply?
June 26th at 5 p.m.
Okay, June 26th. So get those applications in, please. It's good to have a wide variety of citizenry to look through to appoint. Okay, Ms. Vicki, next agenda item, please.
Okay, next agenda item is item number 8, executive session. In accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, the City Council will recess into executive session closed meeting to discuss the following. A, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters. And that is item number 1, discussion of April 16th, 2026 ethics complaint filed by Mark Harper against Mayor Greenberg and investigative report regarding the same. And B, in accordance with Section 551.074, consultation with attorney. Number 1, initial screening of May 4th, 2026 ethics complaint filed by Darcy Gilden against Cody Chen. And 2, initial screening of May 4th, 2026 ethics complaint filed by Darcy Gilden against Mark Harper.
Okay, so at 9:39, we'll move into executive session. Thank you. Okay, we will reconvene into regular session. We adjourned executive session at 11:51 PM.
And no action was taken in executive session.
Correct. All right, Ms. Vicky?
Okay, the council will consider any action on agenda item 8A1, which was discussion of April 16th ethics complaint filed by Mark Harper against Mayor Greenberg.
I move that the council find that there is credible evidence that on or about January 2nd, 2026, Mayor Andrew Greenberg violated Section 2-309, subset 6 of the city's Code of Ethics. And the council proceed with assessing a sanction pursuant to subsection 2-313, subsection 3-subsection 6 of the Code of Ethics.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, any discussion? I would like to point, while we cannot discuss the specifics of what went on in executive session, I do not think that credible evidence was explained sufficiently in that investigative report.
Mayor, are you requesting a public hearing? Or I guess the vote needs to be taken first?
Yeah, this is just the vote. That's just the what we discussed in there that I could say.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion? All right, so a yes on this would move the process forward. A no, what does a no vote do? Just, it would end it permanently?
Right, so y'all are taking a vote on whether or not there's credible evidence that, that a violation of the ethics code exists.
Okay. All right, please vote. The motion fails 4-2 with Alan Robbins, Ashley Raines voting yes, Mayor Greenberg, Councilman Hatley, Councilwoman Huffman, and Councilman Manival voting no. Next item, please.
So then, would there be any action for 8B1, which is initial screening of the ethics complaint filed by Darcy Gilden against Cody Chin?
This is Cody Chin, or, okay.
Yes. I move that the complaint against Cody Chin is sufficient and that an investigation report is to be submitted to the council at its July 6, 2026 meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Oh, are you waiting to vote? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 5-1 with Councilwoman Huffman voting no. All right, next agenda item, please.
Next will be any action on 8B2, which is the ethics complaint filed by Darcy Gilden against Mark Harper.
Do I have a motion?
I move to dismiss the complaint against Mark Harper as being insufficient.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? All right, seeing none, this is a vote to dismiss? Okay.
Correct.
Vote to dismiss. Please vote. Who hasn't voted? Is it because it's midnight?
I don't see it doing anything when I hit it. This is the vote to dismiss.
Vote to dismiss.
Maybe we didn't do-
Oh, no, total, yeah, one hasn't voted?
Well, let's see who it is. Oh, wait, there we go.
Motion passes 5-1 with Councilman Hatley voting no. All right, next item, please.
Next will be item number 10, which is adjournment.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 5 and one abstention in Ms. Huffman. And we are adjourned on Tuesday, June 2nd at 12:01 a.m. Thank you.